Good evening. I'd like to call the Newburgh Dundee School Board of Directors meeting to order. For August 13th, we are going to do the flag salute with Director DeHart, and then we will enter into executive session. So we'll do the flag salute and then I'll read the. Okay, thank you. We were going to recess to executive session per ORS 192.6602E to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to negotiate real property transactions. ORS 192.6602F to consider records exempt by law from public inspection, and ORS 192.6602H to consult with legal counsel regarding the legal rights and duties of the public body with regard to current litigation or likely to be filed. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. Executive session will be held in the superintendent's office. Representatives of news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about such subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. At the end of executive session, the board of directors will return to open session. Thank you very much. Other folks? We're good?
Think so.
Okay, folks, we're going to come back to order after our executive session. We are going to review the agenda. Do we have any additions or deletions? No. No? Okay. Then we'll move on to the consent agenda. Would anybody like to entertain a motion for the consent agenda?
Yeah, Director Bridges, I'd like to move item 4 to section 7 of the agenda, reports, presentations, and discussion items, please.
Okay. Can we do that, given that it's an employment issue?
Yeah, I wanted to have a discussion on item 4, the reassignment.
Can you turn your mic on? Director DeHart is asking to
So
pull
you
it
would like
off.
to pull it off the consent agenda?
No, I would like to put it
And-
under.
and put it
reports,
under-
Presentation and discussion items.
He wants to move it from the consent agenda, in which it's just stated here what it is, to have a discussion about it under reports, presentations, and discussion items. The question I have, is that appropriate, given it's an employee issue? Which,
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, you would be able to have some limited conversation if you chose to do that, but it could be a motion, but that wouldn't necessarily mean that the motion would pass. I mean, you're gonna have to vote on moving it off, and you may not get a majority of the board that wants to move it off the consent agenda.
I think according to our policy, just one person has to
Is that all it is? I
suggest it.
mean, you would be limited as to what you could talk about,
Right.
Director DeHart.
Wouldn't we also still not just have it be under reports, presentations, but also board action then? Because it's, there is an action being asked here. So it'd have to be moved off here into both.
Right.
And
I mean, I wouldn't want the board to engage in conversation that would be individually driven around performance or
No,
those types of areas.
no. Yeah, just for your reference, it's BDDC paragraph 2.
do I have the discretion to deny it?
You
Do I
can-
have the
You can read policy BDDC paragraph 2.
BDDC?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you got it.
it just says, a board member may ask that any item be removed from the consent agenda. The removed item will then be placed on the regular agenda. I think as long as we stick to what we are legally allowed to talk about.
So I'm going to request that both Lisa and Mike pay very close attention to that part of the discussion, because I don't want to do anything that would,
That we should.
that we shouldn't, and to be respectful of a district school employee's status. So, because I don't know that we would have that conversation about another school district employee.
Yeah, we'll watch and make sure that you stay on the right side of the conversation and make sure we minimize liability and maintain the confidentiality of the
Okay, then
employee information.
Then I'll move it to the first item under reports, presentations, and discussion items. And that way we can get right to that.
Well,
Okay.
and we'll just follow that with the action right after that. We'll just take our action as well.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Director DeHart. Okay, now we're going to move into public forum.
No, we still need to.
Oh,
approve
sorry.
The agenda,
We
the
need to
consent.
continue the motion. Do we have a,
Move. I'll move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors approve the consent agenda as modified.
Second.
do we have any discussion? No? I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Can you please, so if you could say your name, it has been brought to our attention from the viewers that sometimes it's very difficult to understand who's voting for what. So when you vote, if you could say your name, that would be fabulous.
Aubrey Nichols. Aye.
Nancy Woodward, nay.
Deborah Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
Okay, the motion carries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1, sorry. And Director Hayden is not here today. Unable to be on Zoom, so. Okay, so now we are going to move on to the public forum. I have one individual who's expressed an interest in speaking tonight. If Ava Martin could come up, and we'll have the podium is ready. I'm going to turn on the microphone for you. And if you could speak clearly and kind of loud, it helps everybody hear. There you go. Thank you.
My name is Ava Martin. I've lived in Newburgh for 31 years. I graduated from Newburgh High School and I've raised my kids here since birth. My kids attended Newburgh schools, with one graduating in 2023 and the other exited the district last year. And my husband is a district employee. As a result, I care very much about this community and the survival of the school district. And I'm here to thank you for the outcome of the July 29th meeting. In the last 2 years, we've seen at least 4 Bureau of Labor and Industries complaints filed, several civil rights lawsuits filed against the district that didn't make the news. We watched as students, administrators, and staff members fled the district in droves, and now have the biggest budget crisis in the state for a district our size. Let me repeat that. The biggest budget crisis in the state for a district of our size. For comparison, Medford School District has a student population over 3 times the size of our district, and their deficit is on par with ours dollar-wise. You may have already heard from people who are angry with that decision to relieve Dr. Phillips of his duties, but they do not share the same concerns of many of us. They are putting their personal politics over the health and well-being of the district, its employees, and our children. They profess to want to save our schools and protect our children, yet they continue to defend the very administration that got us here. They don't care about the $11 million overspend for the 23 to 24 school year, or the $12 million shortfall for this school year that has siphoned money right off of our kids' desks and out of our employees' bank accounts. They don't care about lawsuits, mishandled bond funds, the colossal failure of a district to responsibly and efficiently manage our tax dollars. And they don't care that Dr. Phillips is being named in a federal civil rights lawsuit for failing to protect a child from a child predator. I am not alone in my appreciation for the board and the interim superintendent to right the ship and bring us back to stability. We may not be as loud as the ones who've been cheering on the destruction of the district, but if there's one thing I've learned, it's this: the loudest voices are not always the ones you should listen to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are moving on now to reports, presentations, and discussion items. And for Director DeHart's request, we will discuss the approval of reassignment for Scott Lindenberger from Newburgh School District Deputy Superintendent to Administrator on special assignment.
Yeah, I just, my thoughts on this are, this was put on the consent agenda, which is typically non-controversial things that just get passed as a whole packet. I guess my feeling on moving this is to just really have transparency in that, with all the furloughs that we've had due to the budget crisis and stuff, we announced that assistant superintendent position was being cut and that Scott Lindenberger was being furloughed and now he's being brought back. And I think that the public deserves to know at least why that happened, because it gives the impression that maybe for those that were furloughed and haven't been brought back, that maybe there's some favoritism. So I'd just like maybe, Paula, if you could speak to what happened there so it's clear to the public what's going on.
Thank you. As the board is aware, there were a number of reductions in force, 11 alone at the district office, including the deputy superintendent's position. When the position was reduced in force, Mr. Lindenberger was on leave of absence from the district. And at the time this document was prepared, his leave was scheduled to end on Friday of this week. That's why this information is in the packet today. However, I learned yesterday that his leave has been extended, I believe, until September the 20th.
So he's on medical leave right now.
He's on leave. I can't say what kind.
Okay. And so was he notified that he was to be furloughed?
Yes,
And has he been notified that furloughed, that he's going to be retained? That was,
I'm going to interject here a little bit, because at this point, you're seeking information that would be a privileged communication potentially, because some of the actions that have been taken were on the advice of legal counsel.
correct.
And it fits into that category. So
I guess what I'm getting at is he was notified that he was furloughed and now he's notified that he's going to be working.
I can state that he was provided with a layoff notice,
Mhm.
and he's been provided with a notice that he's expected to return to work.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to interject something here, Director DeHart. I find it a bit ironic that you're concerned about this being on consent agenda when you and other board members in the June meeting of 2023 had Dr. Phillips' contract on the consent agenda, and it was very controversial. And so I find it interesting that you're concerned about this contract and you were not concerned 2 years ago.
Okay, so Director DeHart, is that the extent of the discussion that you'd like to have?
Well, I guess I would like to comment or have a rebuttal to Director Woodward's comments about me. Whether or not something happened 2 years ago, I can't speak to. My concern is that we've furloughed a bunch of people and what the perception is among those when we're bringing them back. And I think that the public deserves an answer to that. So there's no misunderstandings among those who were furloughed and have not had their employment reinstated.
I don't know if this helps, Director DeHart, but employees fit into a variety of different categories. You have some employees who have no employment contract with the school district. You have some who have collective bargaining agreements, and then you have some that have employment contracts. And so the district's actions will always have to be somewhat directed toward which instrument covers their employment. And so it is very possible that you will have employees that'll be treated differently because the conditions under which they are employed is different.
Thank you.
So with that, if does anyone want to say anything else? Otherwise I can make a motion. But we still would have to do a motion to approve that because we took it off the consent agenda. So we still have to approve the action.
I guess I'm confused. What action is there?
To approve the approval of the reassignment.
But we already did that because we approved the modified consent.
Okay, well, I thought your modified was to pull it off. So
Mhm.
by pulling it off, we moved it both to discussion and action items because it would completely remove that.
Well,
from the
it's not
consent.
under action items. It's under reports, presentations and discussion items.
But
We have to take action on it because it was, if it had stayed on the consent agenda, it would have been approval. So by pulling it off to discuss, we also still have to approve it because we pulled it off under
Is
that
that
policy.
right? I mean, we approved the modified consent agenda.
But the modified consent agenda, Director DeHart pulled it off. So it was not voted on. It was, your consent agenda was voted on absent the approval of the reassignment. And so you still have, you've got a request from the administration to approve the reassignment. And so that action still needs to take place.
Policy that you cited, BDDC pulls it, a member can pull it off that and put it on the regular agenda. So it was completely removed from the consent agenda, is now on the regular agenda for both discussion and action.
So are you making a motion to modify the regular agenda?
We already
Because-
did, we did that by under BDDC when you requested to have that come off the consent agenda, it came on the regular agenda. So it was a report as well as it has to be a board action item because the district staff, the superintendent is asking for approval from us.
Okay.
So I move that the Newburgh Dundee Public School Board of Directors approve the reassignment of Scott Lindenberger from Newburgh School District 29J Deputy Superintendent to Administrator on Special Assignment.
Second.
do we have any discussion? Any further than what we've already had? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Well, I guess I do have a question. Lisa, can you help me understand? I mean, according to BDDC, anyone on the board can ask that the item be taken off of the consent agenda and put under the regular agenda. And so I'm wondering why, anytime you do that, does there have to be a motion?
If the item is an action item, yes, there would have to then be a motion to approve it. If it was merely an informational item, then no, there wouldn't be.
But I
An
guess there's no
obligation.
action. What, can you define action item?
Well, the action is approval. The action is seeking the board's approval of a decision that the interim superintendent has made.
On the consent agenda, number 4 says approval of reassignment.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
So the motion I just made was essentially, I read off that exact same. I read number 4, just making it a motion, formal motion now, so.
Okay, so we've had a motion, we've had a second, and now I'm asking for the vote. We've passed through the discussion and we'll start with Director Nichols.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deborah Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart, nay.
Saul Allen, aye.
Motion passes 5-1. Thank you. Okay. Where's Jillian? Oh, Lutheran Community, sorry, I got to the next one. Okay, so we have are we asking them to come on up? Let's make sure. Come up to the podium so that people can hear what you're saying. And if you would, please introduce yourselves and thank you.
School board, good to see you all. I'm Jordan Robinson, the district director of Lutheran Community Services. I'm here with some of my colleagues.
Emily Garrick Steenson, the advancement manager for Lutheran Community Services. I'm Alicia Tregazit, the program manager for the school-based mental health team.
And I am Pablo Gaspar Lopez, one of the program supervisors.
So I think we have a packed agenda, so we're going to try to be quick. I think we have 3 minutes. I hope we can live up to that small window of time. So I want to give you a tiny little bit of background about the program and then just share an exciting announcement about some funding that came through. So we've been partnering with the Newburgh School District for 7 years, providing school-based mental health in your schools and serving the general community for 40 years. We recently renovated some modulars a little bit that way to have a family resource center and have multiple offices, give away diapers, clothing, and our relief nursery there. We've currently have 4 staff serving the Newburgh School District elementary schools. This is done through braided funding. Half of it comes from Medicaid funds via the CCO, and the other half has either historically come from the school district itself or foundations, specifically the Austin Foundation. We also offer some prevention services in your schools in the form of parenting classes. Next. So now to hear a little bit from the staff who are providing those services.
Next slide, right? Next slide. Oh, no.
Did you, are they out of order? Cool,
No.
cool. Please go back. Just.
So I've been in the school district. I've been in the school district for the last 5 years. And I just believe really strongly in the program. Research shows that early intervention is really going to be helpful for mental health in the future of these students. The stats that I memorized earlier.
We're missing a slide, guys.
We had, we give out a survey to school counselors and principals, just to see how they are feeling about our program. So 81% of the respondents said that they saw a decrease in behavioral issues. 71% said they saw a decrease in anxiety and depression symptoms. And 75% of our respondents said that they saw an increase in both ability to engage in school and improved social relationships. Both Pablo and I not only lead our program, we are also providers in schools ourselves. So we are very committed to the program and believe that it really works and helps set children up for mental wellness in the future, which can cause less problems later on in school.
Okay, great.
So I think we were mainly invited here to just give a little bit of background, but then just to say that because of the generous support of the Austin Family Foundation, we're going to be able to provide those services at zero cost to the Newburgh School District. So thank you, Austin Family Foundation.
That's fine.
And you can read the stats. So any questions from the board?
Well, we could also invite you back during the year if you want to do a more in-depth presentation.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
That
that
would be
would be
lovely.
fabulous.
I'd like to express my appreciation to Lutheran Community Services as well for your dedication to our youth, but also for the special exoneration you've given us this year. And also, this is just one of many community partners. And I think we're going to bring some additional community partners who are donating their time as well to our youth this year. And we'd like to highlight them because they're partners, but they're also making a difference for our students. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much. It's all about the kids. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for all that you do. Good job. Okay, now we have Austin Family Foundation grants with Jillian. Is she here?
She's here.
Good evening. So to capitalize on some of the information already shared, we're going to talk about the grants that the district has received so far as of August 9th. So the first one, which we have accepted in the past, was from Yamhill Community Care Organization. This grant is to support our community prevention and wellness. So it's supporting some behavior supports within our school buildings, along with some communication tools. So amazing grant from them. And then the bulk of our grants are again from the Austin Family Foundation. So they have supported us with career connected learning. This grant supports our CTE programs across our K-12 schools, along with a dedicated position to support the elementary maker spaces that were just recently built from the bond funds the last year or two. Then our next grant is the Newburgh School District Tiger Cubs preschool program. Last year, this program started, and if you were on the board, you remember that it was part of the integrated grants. So this year, the Austins will be supporting the preschool program, so we will be able to utilize some of those grant funds to support recoding in other ways in our district. So thank you again for that. And then we have our mental health support from the Austin family. And this past summer, you accepted a donation for summer school. So Austin family definitely makes a giant contribution to our community, and we really wanted to honor and appreciate them. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to transition a little bit. I'm going to share with you the State English Learners Report. This is a required report from the state of Oregon, ODE, every year, and we are going to be briefly discussing the EL English learners in our district, as well as how we compare to the state of Oregon. At the bottom of the slide, you can find the report in its entirety on ODE's website. It's also linked on our district website as well. So English learners in Oregon, there's 59,263 students that qualify for English services in the state. That makes up roughly 10.9% of all students in the state of Oregon. So as you can see, we've got a bit more than the state average. Our makeup is 15.8% of our total student population. And these numbers include students who are currently actively inquiring English or students who have already exited the program. So we call those students former ever English learners. So basically it covers anyone that's ever been in English language development services in this district or anywhere in the state if they're currently in our district. One of the other metrics that the state shares, and there's a lot of information in that report, so I just pulled out key ones that I thought our district would be interested in, and it's also the same metrics that I've been sharing over the course of the last few years. In the state of Oregon, the number or the percentage of students who are not only acquiring English and receiving English, I'm going to take this off. Sorry, keeps bouncing on there. Acquiring English, but also identified as receiving special education support as well. So in the state of Oregon, 19.7% of students, and then in Newburgh, we have 23.5% of our students receiving both English language development support and special education services. We've, in the past, worked really hard to lower the number of students that are qualifying for special education services and really being sure that their need is about language acquisition, or if indeed there is some additional skill need due to a disability. So I know a lot of districts sometimes struggle with over-identifying students who might be qualifying as needing English language supports. And so our number is pretty close to the state average. And then we, again, students that are in a TAG program, so that's the Talented and Gifted program. Across the state, 0.5% of students who are acquiring language are in a TAG program. We have no students acquiring language in a TAG program in our district. So we are really looking at that TAG test is administered at 3rd grade, how accessible it is, and then how to support students identifying them possibly as talented and gifted in later grades as well. And then our student performance on our state assessments. So you can see the right side is the state of Oregon, and it's broken out elementary, middle, and high school. And so this first data set is our English learners scoring proficient or above on our state English language assessment. 31.4% of EL scored proficient in our district on that assessment as compared to 6.6% across the state at the elementary level. So it's really something to celebrate. 9.9% at the middle school as compared to 3.7% across the state. And then at our high school, 5.9% as compared to 5.1. So while those are low scores, they are a subset of our student population. So it is really encouraging to be able to see such either on par or above the state average. And then as we transition to math at the elementary level, 25.7% are meeting or exceeding the state assessments as compared to 7.1, 7.7% at middle school as compared to 2.1, and then at the high school, 11.8% as compared to 1.3. So really awesome things to be able to celebrate for our student achievement.
Hey, Jillian,
Yep.
did you want us to wait for questions to the end or as the slides come up?
We wait till the end.
Sure.
I might have an answer. I think I know where you're going. And then graduation rates. So in Newburgh, our on track for graduation rate is 66% and the state average is 70.2%. But you'll notice on time graduation for students acquiring language is 83% in Newburgh as compared to 68.1%. And then our expenses. So this is the ratio of how much the programming and investments for English learners cost versus how much money we bring in for it. So the state average is 0.87 and our average is 0.81. So we have a little bit less expense to revenue in our program, but as you can see, our program is functioning at a much higher level than the average in the state. So the last slide that I wanted to share with you is, might be wondering why that is. And so a few years ago, our district switched our English language development model from self-contained classrooms that were pull out and students might be missing important instruction in their core programs. We tried to avoid that, but if you're not in the classroom, you're missing something and that time is really valuable to students. So we moved to a co-teaching model and our ELD specialists, our English language development specialists, go into our general education teacher's classroom. And in most of our grade levels, that's through the English language arts time, and they teach together. And so our general education classroom teacher is teaching the English language arts standards, and our English language development specialist is teaching our English language development standards. And so they're really infusing that language into the academic content. And so kids are learning it inside the content instead of being pulled out of class where they're not applying it necessarily to content. So that's the co-teaching model and also the integrated ELD model. Integrated ELD is a little bit different. It's basically one teacher who's teaching both English language arts and English language development in the same class. And then we have our dual language program. And so I know it's a kind of tiny on the slide here. There's a graph and the very top line that's blue is the impact that dual language programs have on students acquiring language. And it's a little bit faint, but you can see there's a blue dotted line towards the top. That's the performance that students who have never, are native English speakers who have never acquired English, they are native speakers, that is their performance level. And so as you can see in the model for dual language, our students in dual language actually outperform some of our native speakers on standardized assessments. The very bottom line, that's brown at the very, very bottom, is our pull-out model. And that is the least effective model. So I would say one of the biggest reasons why we see a difference in our student achievement is because of the language acquisition models that we have. We do have several self-contained ELD classrooms still at the high school in 11th and 12th grade. And then we also have a classroom for our newcomer students. So those are students who've just recently arrived to the United States. And so for some groups, they really need that direct instruction. So they're getting the co-teaching model, but then they're also getting another class for English language development as well. So they're kind of getting two. And then in 11th to 12th grade, at the high school, we've had a large influx of newcomers to the United States. And so these classes are best supporting their needs at that particular point because secondary is so heavy in terms of content. That is the end. So I can take questions now. Yep.
I'm just curious, going from, you know, in the elementary, both English language arts and math, their percentage is, you know, considerably higher than the Oregon average. But then you get into middle school and high school and that drops. Is that dependent on where the individual enters the grade level, or I guess I'm just curious what the drop is associated with.
Sure. So I think some of that is the transition at the elementary level for co-teaching and dual language has existed longer than at the secondary level. But the other part of that is there's definitely more elementary students in English language development classes than students at the secondary level. So it's a much smaller pool. So you're seeing more kids that are active English learners taking the assessment. Because that's what this data is based on, is the active English learners as compared to secondary schools where some have already exited, and so they're not included in those scores.
Okay.
I was kind of thinking the same thing. Is there we have cohort models that have shown over time if there are issues we may be able to identify at the secondary levels? Or, I mean, I think that it helped a lot at the end that changing these classrooms, clearly that's a huge help. But I guess in that same breath, do we know how much more effective that's been for us at the elementary school?
We do, and I'm also going to point back to the graduation rate. So 83% is the graduation rate for our district as compared to 68% at the state level. And so that's where I would account for some of the data change as students move through a dual language program. They're learning more Spanish up front, and then it moves to a 50-50 model of English and Spanish. So by the time they graduate, their graduation is at the state average or higher.
And I guess just to follow up on that, I assume that there has been work, but is there any way we could learn about some of the maybe tools that we're trying to use to help those secondary students who aren't able to graduate out of that program?
I'd love to come back and talk about it. Yes.
Thank you.
No, I was just going to thank you for the presentation and just take a moment to shout out the many different educators who work in our ELD, from assistants and aides to teachers. But I think it is a whole school project. And I know I've seen in many of our schools, but specifically in Edwards, the way that English learners can enhance the culture of a school, and seeing those practices that are best practices that lead to these outcomes used all over a school, from the cafeteria to the offices and things like that. I just think it is some of the most creative education that we do, and the people involved in this are doing really incredible work, and it's great to see the data to support that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I know the answer to this, but can you talk about what on time for graduation is when it's measured, and how that translates to on-time graduation, and what we can infer from it?
Sure. So on track for graduation is that 9th grade marker of if students have the appropriate number of credits, their attendance. And in this particular case, our English learners proficiency is configured into that as well. So they assign it points. And so it's based on a point system. So it will start off, and that's why it's a little bit lower than the state average, because I believe because of our dual language program, as students are working to acquire 2 languages and become bilingual and bicultural, the percentage is a little bit lower because they're learning proficiency in 2 languages. But by the time they get to graduation, you can see that it's higher.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we know where to find you for a presentation later this school year. Thanks so much. Okay, Dr. Radich, you want to talk about our intergovernment agreement with Newburgh and Portland Community College?
Yes, thank you. The board may recall that we brought forward an intergovernmental agreement for the use of the welding lab at Newburgh High School by Portland Community College. The board had several questions, and I'm really pleased with the board's questions as well as the high school staff. So what we did is we moved that item off so that we could have more dialogue with the Portland Community College. Director Jeremy Hayden was part of that discussion group. There were 9 members of the Portland Community College staff on that call, as well as members of Newburgh High School and myself. For those of you who are not aware, there's been a shared use of the welding lab at Newburgh High School for many, many years between Portland Community College and the district. And as you know, if you've ever been through the old lab, it was very old, and the district probably was not as concerned at that time as we are today with the state-of-the-art equipment that we currently have. Over the years, due to COVID and also the demolition of Building J and reconstruction of the new building, the welding classes have not been held for about 4 years. And students from this area have to go to Rock Creek. That's their closest area for welding classes. According to Portland Community College, they estimate that there have about 100 community college students waiting for welding classes in 4 separate locations. So they're very anxious to get this agreement with us. So their proposal is to use the welding lab at Newburgh High School for 3 nights a week, and each of those evenings would be 5 hours. That they would provide a technician, a support technician to work to help with safety, and that the students would be paying tuition and fees. Our obligations would be to let them use the welding shop, access to a copier, custodial services, parking, and then location for storage of some of their materials. It became fairly apparent in our discussions that the district was very concerned that there was no money to be changing hands whatsoever for this use, even though we were incurring electrical bills and water and custodial services and so forth. It became fairly apparent that Portland Community College wanted to continue with the no monetary exchange. That was not what the high school wanted. So to cut to the chase, I guess, the groups are going to meet again on site at the high school, most likely in September. The high school is very, very concerned relative to the use of the new facility. Obviously, there would need to be orientation and so forth. The other proposal that the district put forward was that PCC save, let's say, 3 slots for high school students to take the welding classes in the evening. They could earn dual credit that way. We ran into somewhat of a roadblock in that we were told that not only could the college instructor needed to be there, but also a high school instructor. And that's absolutely not possible for us to do. So we've asked Portland Community College to go back and talk to the individuals in their departments to see if there might be an opportunity to look at that differently. We see no reason why a high school student, because they currently do benefit from dual credit taught by college instructors. So at any rate, we're on this journey together. I don't know where we're going to end up, but I wanted you to know that we're moving forward, and we will come back to you. The earliest, if there's an agreement, that agreement would go to the board of directors. And the earliest that any activity would begin would be the 2nd trimester of the school year.
Thank you. I appreciate you meeting with them. And of course, I'm going to just reiterate all of our concerns was that there was no monetary exchange, and that'll be a tough one. Okay, so the next one we have is the complaint review and discussion. Director Wolfer.
Thank you. And so I think what I'm gonna do this time is just go over the complaints, the resolutions, and then later during the board action items, we'll actually take action on those. So we received 2 complaints there in the board packet available on the website for the public. Both were from Rebecca Wallace, received August 3rd. I'm just going to paraphrase them since they are available. One was essentially a complaint about a complaint that alleging that we had no right to discuss her previous complaints with our attorneys. The second one was that and that was on for the July 9th board meeting. And then there was also that the July 29th, 2024 board meeting was improperly noticed because there was no public comment. So after legal, there was a legal review done by our counsel, and I'm just going to read these resolutions into the record, and the board has copies of them, so I'll just read them out, and then later we'll take action. So for the first one, this will be resolution 2025-05. Formal public meeting complaint received August 3rd, 2024. On August 3rd, 2024, Rebecca Wallace alleged that on July 9th, 2024, the board held an executive session on a matter for which an executive session is not legally authorized. The recommendation on the complaint is that the board adopt the following resolution, 2025-05, concerning alleged public meeting law violation complaint dated August 3rd, 2024. Whereas the board is aware of its obligation to hold executive sessions only for the purposes set forth in statute, and ORS 192-6602F authorizes the board to discuss privileged matters with its legal counsel in an executive session, and the board met with its legal counsel on July 9, 2024 at council's recommendation to receive privileged information about the rights and responsibilities of the board, and the discussion in executive session with its legal counsel is privileged and confidential and based on a privileged written memorandum, and the discussion within executive session did not stray from its purpose, and the board's legal counsel has over 30 years of experience in Oregon public meetings law and knows the individual needs of the Newburgh School District School Board for legal advice, and the board necessarily relies on legal counsel to advise the board on its rights and duties, and the complaint miscategorizes the purpose of the board's executive session. Therefore, so be it resolved that the board has determined that the board did not violate ORS 192-610 to 192-705 by inappropriately convening or discussing a matter in executive session. The August 3, 2024 Public Meetings Law complaint is meritless, and that the superintendent will ensure that a copy of this resolution is provided to the Oregon Government Ethics Commission and the complainant. So we'll take action on that later. The second resolution, 2025-06. Concerning alleged public meetings law violation complaint number 2 dated August 3, 2024. Let's see, that was already in there. So the following resolution. So this is the one about the public comment. Whereas ORS 192-6401 requires the governing body of a public body shall provide for and give public notice reasonably calculated to give actual notice to interested persons, including news media, which have requested notice of the time and place for holding regular meetings. The notice shall also include a list of the principal subjects anticipated to be considered at the meeting, but this requirement shall not limit the ability of the governing body to consider additional subjects, and ORS 192-6403 provides no special meeting shall be held without at least 24 hours notice to the members of the governing body, the news media which have requested notice, in the general public. And the board's regular scheduled meetings are held the second Tuesday of the month, as is published on the board website. And the board held a special meeting of the board on Monday, July 29, 2024. And as required by law, the board meeting notice and agenda of July 29, 2024 did identify the principal subjects to be considered at the meeting, and as permitted by law and consistent with the discretion afforded by the board to the board chair to establish agendas, the published agenda for the July 29, 2024 did not include an agenda item for public comment, and the legend at the bottom of the agenda providing information about public comment periods is standard language included by staff on all board meeting agendas, but is not applicable to meetings in which the agenda does not provide for a public comment period. And the legend at the bottom of the agenda is clearly separate from the agenda. It does not itself alter the agenda, and a reasonable objective member of the public who reviewed the agenda for the July 29, 2024 board meeting would have seen and would know that public comment period was not included on the board agenda for July 29, 2024. Therefore, so be it resolved that the board has determined that no violation of ORS 192-610 to 192-705 occurred as has been alleged. The second public meeting law complaint filed by the complainant Rebecca Wallace on August 3rd, 2024 is meritless. And 3, the superintendent will ensure a copy of this resolution is provided to the Oregon Government Ethics Commission and the complainant. And again, that's resolution 2025-06. And we will go over that for action during the action items. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I am going to brief the board on our Finance Advisory Committee, and give a little update. At our previous meeting, we had appointed Jeremy Hayden. I had appointed Jeremy Hayden, and I'm pleased to announce that Director Saul Allen is also so excited to be on the Finance Committee, and we are so excited to accommodate your wishes. Since that previous meeting and today, Director Hayden met with the 2 appointed members from the Finance, the Budget Committee, and went over some things, and it's in our report. The real important thing is we had an amazing, for those in the audience, if you're interested in looking at who has requested to be on the committee, we are so fortunate. We are so fortunate to have such a difficult decision, to have 11 incredibly talented community members step forward for a very exciting committee. And we have to pick two. That'll be, well, not we, excuse me, Director Allen and Director Hayden. Well, the whole board will work towards that. So notifications are going out to all of the applicants to thank them for applying, let them know the process. There's going to be an interview process. All of this is going to be held in public. We are going to be incredibly transparent through all the committee meetings will be noticed and will be available for people to attend. There'll be meetings. We just don't know minutes for each meeting. We don't know the frequency of the meetings yet. This is going to be a critical committee for our board moving forward, but also for our community moving forward. Because this is really where we are going to start identifying where some of the anomalies have been identified and what does that mean? How is it that we've gotten to the point that we are today with our finances? And also, I really hope that this is an opportunity for clarity for everybody in the community to understand our financial situation. So nothing other than just announcing that Director Allen will be a part of that great process that's happening tonight. I just wanted to give an update, and I'm very excited for everybody who's requested to be a part of this. Is really it just makes my heart swell to think that all of these folks have volunteered to come forward. So that's what I know about that committee. And then do we have Gay Ellen? Okay, and we're going to move to our budget update. Gay Ellen Jacobson, I'm going to go back to, if you do look at this list and you know somebody on this list, thank them. Thank them for stepping up. We've got a lot of people in this community who have really stepped up to the plate and tried to be problem solvers and help. And I would just encourage you to thank them if you know them. All right, Gay Allen.
Well, good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Maybe a little more volume. I think we're getting volume on our end.
Okay.
There we go.
So as we finish up the 2023-24 school year, we have now posted all known revenue and expenditures and currently have an ending fund balance of negative 1.7 million. This is before any year-end journal entries, which may be required by our auditors during the annual audit process. Our auditors will be conducting the audit during the week of October 28th through 31st. I currently do not anticipate any major adjustments. Looking forward rather to the 24-25 budget, the district implemented a new staffing allocation model, which allocates all staffing at the school level based on enrollment and other measures where enrollment doesn't fit the allocation. So for instance, the specialists at the elementary school are not based off of, for like music and PE, are not based off of the number of students, but rather the number of teachers that are needed or that need specials at that time. So the number of sections that need specials. So it wouldn't be based, it is technically based off enrollment, but it's more specifically based off of the allocation of teachers. So the model will be used every year and will be reviewed annually for any necessary changes that might occur due to programmatic changes, due to any other funding changes that we have. And this model helped us to right-size the staffing at schools. All positions at departments were also adjusted to fit the reduced staffing needs as well. This was the method used to inform the reduction in force, which was completed by the end of July. And I think it went as smoothly as we could have ever seen it happen. So next, we'll adjust our budget for the new contracted agreements with our associations, which will include revised cost of living adjustments, revised benefit amounts, and revised furlough days. When all of these have been entered into our system, we'll be able to calculate our expected salary and benefits expense for the year as compared to what is in the adopted budget. We also need to adjust several other expenditure categories, including increases in purchase services for contracts and legal costs. After this is done, we'll have a clear picture of whether further budget reductions are needed to balance the budget. On August 9th, Moody's Ratings issued a new credit opinion for the Newburgh School District. The district's bond rating was downgraded from A1 to A3. Although this was difficult, it was expected due to the financial difficulties the district is experiencing. Factors that could influence an upgrade in our rating in the future include improvement in operating reserves, including available fund balance ratio of above 15% and a cash ratio closer to 25%. The other thing is stable enrollment. To not see continued declining enrollment, but to see at least stable, if not increasing enrollment. Factors that could influence a further downgrade in our rating include further reduction in general fund balance, significant enrollment declines, inability to make necessary adjustments to mitigate current financial situation, and the growth in leverage or debt beyond current levels. I would say that we have definitely made necessary adjustments to mitigate our current financial situation, but there will be more in the future based on things such as the fact that we have 8 furlough days expected for this next year, which is a one-time expenditure, and we will have to make further reductions in the future years to accommodate for that, but we don't know exactly how much that will be yet, as we will see an increase in the next biennium overall, as long as we haven't lost more enrollment. So that's my update. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Okay, Alan, this is Deb Bridges. I did just step out for a second, so if you covered this, my apologies. Do you have a sense of how many RIFs that we actually ended up doing? I know that it's been a real interest to the community to understand a very, very complicated process. And a lot of communities are reporting RIFs, and that's sort of a temperature gauge, but do you know if we have and I do recognize it's kind of a living process, but do you have a sense of how many people we had to RIF?
All told, between the initial RIF process to get to our budget, the adopted budget, and then from the adopted budget beyond, get the actual adopted budget in line was definitely closer to 60 plus. Before that, we had at least 15 to 20. So I'm just it's a rough number, but because I don't have that directly in front of me, but it's probably closer to a total of 80. But that's FTE. So that's not necessarily people. Because for instance, an EA at the school is not usually a full 1.0 because they usually work 6.5 to 7 hours a day. So they would be a 0.875. And so when we look at FTE, the total FTE is between 60 and 80. That may be more people, but that's the FTE we had to fill to get our budget back in line.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, about 80 people were impacted by the RIF process.
It could be a little bit more than 80. I don't have the exact number of people.
Okay.
But from from the entire process, it is at least, it was a minimum of 60 FTE in the budget in general fund. And there were at least 15 to 20 outside of that before that. If it's for most teacher allocations, it would be a full 1.0. But the other piece that we had to do was we looked at what are the positions that we actually have in the system as opposed to some of our contracted positions. And we tried to keep as many of our current employees and divest of as many contracted employees as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Does anybody else have any questions for Galen at this point?
This is Director Allen. I'm just curious what the real impacts of the bond rating downgrade has, like tangible effects that we could understand.
So the current effect is on if we had to go out for another bond at this point, our rating would be lower and we would not get as favorable rates from in a bond offering. It also is how we're seen generally by the public as having to have a good bond rating means you're a stable district and you're looked at for possibly by vendors as are you able to pay, but it's more in the market for when we go out again for another bond. And if we had to, if let's say also the bond market really got better and we needed to refund bonds, we wouldn't have as good a rating and it wouldn't be as easy for us to refund those bonds at a lower rate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Galen, this is Director DeHart. Hey, I asked a couple of times, you know, with what happened with the budget, this the current budget, or I guess the previous budget now. I asked, you know, we're trying to make sense, myself was trying to make sense of what went wrong, and it wasn't clear. I had asked that there be a central public repository as we glean insights as to what went wrong on the major contributing factors, the root cause and stuff. Is it possible to get that so the public can see, so I can see? You know, we saw some of the contributing factors, but as we do investigation and we further that understanding of what went wrong, it would be nice to have one place to go in as we learn information.
Well, as we look at what, as we look at the possibility of an audit on our processes, our financial processes, I think that will give more insight, but we haven't had that finalized yet. So as that information comes out, that would be something that we would, I would expect we could have the findings posted. If you'd like, I'd be happy to work with Dr. Radich to get a summary of what we've discovered so far, which I think is fairly straightforward, that hiring was I would say excessive, and that led to having a much heavier payroll than we could afford. There were no checks in the system currently to stop that from happening. So it went over budget considerably. There were also no blocks on non-salary type expenditures. And those are pieces that we are looking at currently right now to get those blocks in place in our system or in our financial system. And I'd be happy to get a short description of those items that we could post somewhere on the website if that would be something that Dr. Radich and the board would like.
Yeah, I think that would be great. It would just be nice to have a one-stop, one location that any one of us could go to on the board or any of the public members. Instead of, looking through the previous budget and the new budget and trying to see where things went wrong. That really doesn't give the whole picture, right? I guess my desire is that we understand what the root cause of each one of them are and that we don't repeat them in the future. So it'd just be nice to have one place as we learn information that we could go to. I know Dr. Radich is, early on in the budget crisis, you presented on some of the things, but I would hope that we'd, still be uncovering other things. And it'd be nice to have one place to go to understand that. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Gay Ellen, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming to the meeting and give us this information, and I'll talk with Dr. Radich about the next steps regarding Director DeHart's request. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'd like to take a few minutes just to give a brief district update. And as the board is aware, in prior updates, I've spent more time probably on the budget than I have on the rest of the district, and like to spend a little bit of time this evening talking about where I think we are. So let's just go ahead. So my view is, in adversity, we find opportunity. And I'd like to talk a little bit this evening about the opportunities that we've found in these difficult days this summer, in these last 60 days. So let's go on to the next one. One of those opportunities is collaboration, and you're going to hear this evening the outcome of agreements from 5 different bargaining groups across the district. And that's easy to say, but the reality is these are people looking across the table at people, and people who have real lives and families who actually found ways to come together across employee groups and reach consensus. So I've just found a tremendous amount of strength in the people in this district and the collaboration of the leaders of our associations. And I really want to call out Jen Esmond, as well as Andrea Nickel and Jen Schneider, and anyone here from the NEA team and the OSEA team. Karen Lang, I'm sorry. Karen is the wizard behind the furlough day calendar. So, but Karen and Jen were at every meeting. They have been incredible in terms of offering opportunities and suggestions for savings and how to deploy staff. And I can't say enough about Andrea and Drew Gallagher and their team for their very conscientious approach to bargaining. But also their willingness to work many, many long hours over the summer on their own time to help us resolve the contracts, but also to work across the employee group. So thank you very much. By the numbers, I'd like to talk just a little bit about what we've been able to accomplish really in a short period of time. So really within the last 2 weeks, we've completed work on 5 group agreements for the different employee groups. The reduction in force that Galen mentioned took hours and hours of preparation work, but the actual reduction in force actually happened in 3 days, which is remarkable. Most districts take 3 to 6 months to do this work. And again, I can't thank the associations enough. They were with us every step of the way to be certain we were interpreting the language correctly when it came for both for reduction in force and recall. One of the byproducts and the opportunities that we created as a part of the RIF process. So we created 6 licensed substitute positions. So these are people on the recall list who can come back or will come back and substitute 2 at the elementary, 2 at the middle, and 2 at the high school. That means that we will not be calling in subs. These are our people. But the good news for them is they'll have a job. They'll have a job all year. The pay is different. And that's all aligned with the Oregon Revised Statute. But it's an opportunity for people who are out of work to apply to do one of those jobs. The other thing that we've obviously worked on is we're successfully getting 8 furlough days from all 5 groups. And then we were able to, with thanks to all the associations' help and some parents, including one at this table who reviewed our draft academic calendar. So we were able to put that calendar together in fairly short order, really with a lot of collaboration again. The next slide, you probably remember that I talked about each of the administrators taking on additional roles this year. And I'm not going to read through all of them, but you'll see, and the administrators volunteered for different aspects. And one of them will be working with Claudia on the communications across the district, on community donations, counselor support. We also have an individual who is going to coordinate all the volunteers for the schools, working on reunification plans and also helping with special programs. So I was very pleased. Folks stepped up right away and they were able to list their first, second, and third choices, and we tried to give them their first choice if at all possible. The other, I think, opportunity when you have adversity is to look at the system. And one of the things we've been doing over the last several days in each department and every work group I've been with, we're doing a systems analysis because we are finding in many cases there are no systems, or there are broken systems, or there are misunderstood systems. So part of our job is to basically begin to work to see what the systems are, if there are any, and then to begin to redesign those for efficiencies and also for collaboration. So the next thing that we're working on is when we do our systems questions, are we doing the best we can for our students? So when we look at systems, for example, in the Human Resources Department, what's working there and what's not? What's supporting students and staff and what isn't supporting them? And then how do we go about changing things so we maximize our efforts? So one of the things that we're doing in the process of systems work is we're reimagining systems that are more efficient. In some cases, we're going back to years ago where we had systems that worked, but for some reason no longer exist. Sometimes we're looking at other districts for what they have done. Some of our employees come from a variety of backgrounds and districts, and they're bringing ideas to the table. So what we're going to do then, and I'll just give you 3 examples. We're looking at the inclusion model, which assists special needs students to enter regular ed classrooms more often than not. However, in that model, some things are working well and some are not. When you talk to parents, you hear the same thing, what's working for them and what's not working. So we have a second meeting with the administrators to begin to look more deeply into that and how we can be more effective with that model. Technology support. We've reduced staff in that department. We brought in Jamie McParland, the previous coordinator for technology in this district. Jamie was excellent. He interviewed the tech staff. He spent hours and wrote us a 10-page report on what we needed to do. The principal at Mabel Rush Elementary, Tim Lauer, is going to take over the supervision of the tech department. But Jamie has promised to stay connected with us, and he's doing this at no charge. Also, another area that we've talked about, we seem to have difficulty knowing what to do when people come to us and when they leave us. There's evidently no process for onboarding and offboarding people relative to even tracking like their devices, their keys, or if we do have one, it's a system, it's not consistent. And that requires 2 or 3 department collaboration to get that to work right. So that's just 3 examples of some things in terms of systems that we're working on currently. I'd like to end with just a couple more slides. Really, the phrase it takes a village is probably overused, but it really imagine our community coming together maybe in support of our students. rather than some of the infighting. What can we do together to support our students? And then you can see obviously numbers of volunteer opportunities. I've asked staff here at the district, what do they need help with? We need help with filing. Well, Claudia and Leslie and I pinpointed some retirees, and we're going to invite them in to do filing. We also have some needs in this building. I know in other schools for landscaping work, for painting, washing windows, things that since we've reduced some staff, we're not able to get done. Also, all the supplies we're going to collect, we're going to have the central repository for those. And we're going to make a concerted effort to engage our community in those supply drives. And finally, I'd just like to close with a bit of celebration. As the board is aware, we're having a farewell to Old Dundee on Sunday. So please come out and join us for that. I hear there's supposed to be some really good food. And then also the new building is on track to open. Very pleased. I talked to Emil from Cornerstone yesterday. The offices are migrating, I think today and the next 2 days. The staff will be, some of them have already moved things over there. We've spent quite a bit of time looking at the technology systems, and I know the internet's working because someone told me they were able to work from there the other day. We have a tech almost full-time over there currently, getting things running, and Jim's done just a tremendous job of getting us on point. So I think we're ready to celebrate. We're looking forward to an open house at the new Dundee, and then we'll have a very formal rededication, obviously including the board in that process. So I just want to extend my appreciation to the board, but also to our staff who've done a tremendous amount of work over just these last 2 months. It's really amazing when you consider how much work was ahead of us. And I would be remiss not to mention the work of Gail and hours and hours and hours of time putting together those staffing allocations, and frankly, holding our hands as people were crying because they weren't getting the staffing allocation they wanted or hoped that they would have. But she's just done a tremendous job of getting us back on course. And I know some of the public are concerned about class size. My comment a little bit is there probably are some that are a little bit on the high side, but we won't really know till school starts. And to not panic, we do have a plan if class sizes are larger than anticipated. But the reality is many of our class sizes now are the size they should have been all along and the size they are in neighboring districts. So that concludes my update.
Do any board members have any comments or questions regarding what Dr. Rad just said?
I appreciate your sense of optimism and it's been a really endless hours of work for you and everybody on staff to prepare for the school year. And it's exciting that the progress that's been made.
Yeah, thank you for all your work.
Okay, now.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, I guess I was just confused. So on the update, the sheet that was handed out says we'll provide the board of directors with an update regarding the 25 through 27 projected governor's budget for education status. So did you give the?
No, I did not. Galen mentioned it in her comments to you. I can share what I do know, Trevor. I was on a Zoom call with the state superintendent's group last Thursday. And at that meeting, there was a discussion relative to the governor's budget. And there was an actual very interesting interview with the governor not too long ago about the education budget. As Galen had mentioned in her comments this evening, there is hope for the next biennium, 25 to 27. And the basic change there is the governor is looking at a different floor called the current service level. In the past, for many years, we've simply said the current service level is whatever the level was that year, and then you roll it up whatever percent. The problem is that doesn't work too well anymore, partly because after COVID, districts got a huge infusion of cash, as you know, lots of grants. And unfortunately, some districts got very accustomed to those and are having a difficult time weaning themselves off of that. And in many cases made really strategic and very excellent moves in terms of improving education. But the problem now is the bucket's empty. And so I'm excited about the governor's view of the next biennium. But I think what excited me even more was her comment about, we can give you more money, but what are you going to do with that? And what is the result? And I agree with that. You can only put so much money on the table, but if you don't have results, then it's not fair to the taxpayer. So as educators, we have a responsibility to make a difference with that money. And I think as a school district community, we really need to think about that. And what does that look like for Newburgh? And those scores that you saw for English language learners, we may be better than the state, but we're better than that. We've got to be better than that for our kids. So we've got to set some targets. We're going to be lean, but we're going to be really focused this year on learning. And we're going to show that whatever money we have, we're going to make a difference. We cannot use that as an excuse. It's going to be tough, but I think people are ready to go. They're excited about coming back. And we're going to need our community support. We're going to need some people, extra people in the classrooms to tutor and mentor students. But I'm optimistic about the next biennium. It won't solve our problem, but it will at least ease it somewhat.
The governor was on, I just want to follow up on OPB. So if anybody wanted to listen to the interview, that is a key point that I caught on too, is she said she's ready to get more money in the magic way that governors can do that, but she's going to expect higher standards. And so I thought that was pretty interesting. Sorry.
Oh, no, thank you.
I think now we're going to ask Steve Dahl to come on up. Steve, I think what we'll do is have you sit at the chair. It'll be probably a little easier for you. Unless you want to stand at the exciting podium.
I can stand where you want me to stand.
Then why don't you have a seat here? And we can talk about the request for agency comment. Implementation of Dundee Municipal Code amendments to create regulations for psilocybin facilities. Could you tell us a little bit about why you're here, what the issue is, and what you need from us?
Okay. Basically, overview is in 2020, the state passed, Measure 109, legalizing psilocybin as something to be used in the state of Oregon. And so they took 2 years to actually develop the rules, and the Oregon Health Authority had 2 years to do it. And they basically come up with the rules and regulations for psilocybin. And then they had that done at the fall of 2022. And we, and the city of Dundee passed, when they, Measure 109, the city of Dundee passed psilocybin like 52% to 48%. So that basically said that citizens of Dundee wanted psilocybin. And so I asked the council to put a 2-year moratorium on developing rules for psilocybin until the rules for the state have been developed. If you have lived through the marijuana issues and stuff like that, and the changing rules that happened with the state on that direction, I was city manager of a city in Southern Oregon, and every week they had a new rule coming up in that direction. So the state has finally finished up in 2023. They came up, these are the rules that we're going to have, and the city is going to develop their own rules based on that. And what the rules that the city can do is basically time, place, and manner. And that means we can decide, the time where and when people can use it, when people can't use it, the place where we can actually have it within the city, and the manner it is used in that direction. The rest of the rules are pretty much designed by the state of Oregon. And from my understanding of the rules, the state has done a really nice job of developing very specific rules to do this. Now, part of the process you go through with a land use decision, and this is a land use decision for where you can have psilocybin locations, is you have to go reach out to different communities or different organizations and ask for input on that if they want to give input. For example, we asked ODOT if they wanted to have an input on psilocybin. ODOT said, no, we don't care. It doesn't affect us in that direction. You guys asked me to come in and talk a little bit about that. And so basically the rules that we have, and I gave you a map of the city of Dundee, and there's two circles on it. One is the old school, which still counts as a school under our rules and regulations right now because it hasn't been decertified or anything. And we have the new school coming up. And so these are 1,000 feet circles around the schools that basically say you cannot have psilocybin within the 1,000 feet of a school. You can also not have, so you can have it within 1,000 feet if there is a impediment between it. So if we look where the new school is and past the bypass, you could have, theoretically, you could have a psilocybin facility past the bypass within 1,000 feet because you have that impediment. You can't cross that. A kid cannot walk across the the bypass. That's what, in theory, whether kids do or not, that's a different story, but that's what you're looking at in that direction. You also cannot have, according to Oregon state law, psilocybin utilities in residential areas. So you cannot have it. So anything that's yellow on that map and orange on that map is pretty much cannot be used for psilocybin. You also have to have a permanent address for psilocybin. So if you come up with a van, park in someone's parking lot and open a psilocybin clinic, that's not legal according to Oregon state law. It might be fun, but it's not legal according to state law. And so those are the rules that we're working with. And there's also various technical rules, what type of cameras you have to have, where the cameras are located, what type of door you have to have. It's very specific to that. The city planning commission did not look at all that and said, okay, those are good rules. We won't worry about anything like that going on. And so we're going to concentrate on time. And according to the state, they can be open from 6 o'clock in the morning to midnight. And we said, okay, the planning commission said, that's fine. We can have work in that direction. And so basically we said, we have 3 sections that you can have a psilocybin facility in. If you look at the map, the pink section and I think the rose section or the red section, those are our commercial and central business district areas. They allow the shops to be happening. And unlike a marijuana shop, you cannot go in and buy psilocybin and take it away. It has to be used at that facility, and it has to be guided through someone who is trained according to Oregon Health Authority rules on how to handle psilocybin patients. And you have to be, introduced to it and also in a way. So it's not like marijuana where you go in, you can buy a gram, you can go outside, smoke it illegally, and get in your car. You go in, you take the medicine or the mushrooms or whatever form it may be in. And according to the Oregonian, Albany had the first psilocybin approved manufacturing location in the state of Oregon, which means they have the first one in the state in the United States. And so that's supposed to meditate in that direction. But basically you work it through the process of taking it and then work with someone to help through through basically the stress or the PSC or whatever your emotional or mental problems may be. And that's what it is. Now you can have it inside or you can have it outside under the city rules. You have to have a fence around it if you have it outside. So again, if you have a deck you want to have your session on, you can have it on the deck with no problem. We are requiring a 6-foot fence around that location. So people, basically you don't want to go around and say, I'm going to stare at you for taking, the mushrooms and stuff like that. And, I don't want that to happen. So that's why we put that rule in that direction. Now in the gray area here, is where you can have testing facilities and manufacturing facilities. That's our light industrial area in that direction. And that's basically what it comes down to. There is no space required, and we're not requiring any space with our code adjustment to be away from homes or away from parks, because you basically have to be within a business and within a enclosed location, so you're not taking it away with you or anything like that. So you don't have the issues I have with alcohol or drugs or marijuana or anything in that way. And so that's just a quick overview of what we're doing. And basically, we're coming, you know, by sending a letter to the board, we're saying, do you as a board have any issues with Cybersylin, or you want to make a comment that you would like to see X happen or Y happen with Cybersylin? For example, you could sit there and, you know, send a letter suggesting that Cybersylin only be available in Dundee from 8 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If you think that's, I mean, that's an example. I'm not saying you have to do that. I mean, in that process, or, you know, we'd rather see 1,000 feet away from schools, or at least 500 feet away from a park, or something along those lines. You can make a suggestion that way in that process, or you can, you know, not say anything at all, and leave it at that process. So that's basically what's going on here.
Does anybody have any questions for Steve? We have 5 motions. Have you seen these motions? Or did
No, I
Ollie,
haven't
did you
really
create
looked at-
these motions?
I glanced at them, but I haven't really read.
Steve, they're the same as what's on the sheet, the response sheet. It's,
Okay.
it's those, it's just 5 levels of opportunity to respond.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, you can take a look at that and say, hey, this is one that we want to do on. Let me see that.
So it's additional time needed for review.
Yeah,
Number 2 is reviewed but have no comment. The third is we've reviewed and recommend denial for the reason following. And then we would list that whatever the reason is, need additional information to review, in which we'd have to list information needed, and then meeting requested.
Yeah.
Okay.
that,
So,
I mean, you're not required to say anything. Thank you.
okay.
On that direction. You know, if you don't have us anything, then, you know, recommending we have no comment. That's a legitimate thing to have.
Okay.
You know, if there's a concern you have, then you can express your concern in that process. Those are just common questions or things you have when you send out asking for opinions on different things, and sending it out to you know, your board in the school district was required by Oregon law.
I have a question. I have a lot of thoughts. I have a few questions.
Make preface.
Well, I'm nervous now, but
So
right ahead.
my other job is I'm a police officer, specifically in a school, so I see drug problems in schools, so I have a lot of thoughts. But one of my questions would be, is one of the entities that you are seeking input from the Newburgh Dundee Police Department? And if so, what has their feedback been?
I'm unsure off the top of my head of actually where we've done it. I don't believe so, but I'll double check when I get back on Monday, and I'll send an email to Dr. Radich and let her know in that direction. As of today, we have not received any comment from them at all, but it's not uncommon in that direction.
I'm just curious. Yeah, I think there's definitely, I have some friends that are, including a former police officer who I respect a lot, who's getting his PsyD and has spoken highly of the potential medical benefits. But I've also seen kids just tripping out and having bad things. I think I was looking through there. I like some of the security things. I know that, as you mentioned earlier, the marijuana thing, marijuana is darn near impossible to keep out of schools now because it's just everywhere and kids can shoulder tap. I like that they can't just walk out. And if those who don't know what shoulder tap is, it's kids go into one of these places, tap on someone's shoulder and ask them to go buy for them. I would just be concerned and just want to make sure that there are sufficient safeguards because, yeah, I mean, I doubt that these are the facilities that kids are going to get them from. They can get them from, you know, TikTok and Instagram dealers, but those would just be my concerns is what is the local SROs and local law enforcement partners, because that's going to be, I think, where my concern is going to be is our student safety, and where I think the only really appropriate place I think for us to have an opinion is how that affects our students. So that would be why I wanted to ask what the police department thought about it, because obviously we have a partnership with them through the school resource officers and want to make sure our kids are staying safe.
Well, the biggest, I mean, if you want to compare and contrast to the marijuana, is you cannot go in, buy this and leave. You have to take it at the facility. It has to be a guided process with that person. So if they're getting this from somewhere else, they, shouldn't be getting it from the people there unless they are doing something illegal and unethical. And again, we have no control over how people want to be legal or ethical. They can make their own decision on that direction. So that's the biggest difference on that. From my perspective and the way I've heard it expressed a lot of times, this is basically going and seeing a psychologist on steroids. I'm not saying that's the best thing, but it helps you. It's supposed to, you can't use your own psychologist with it, but you're supposed to go to the psychologist before. They're supposed to recommend this for you. It's supposed to be part of your healthy part of it in that direction. Now, does that mean someone's not going to abuse it or take it away? People are going to do that, but but from a city point of view, we can't prevent that. All those rules and stuff are done by the state of Oregon. We only have time, place, and manner that we can do it on. And so, again, the citizens of Dundee voted for this, and so we're doing those wishes.
Thank you. That answers some of my questions. So thanks. Yeah, I think I'll wait for other people's comments, but I think where I'm at is I don't know if the district has as much say in all these other things, but that's why I was curious about the police department. So.
Thank you for being here. Does the city of Dundee have any current plans to rezone any parts of the city limits?
Yes, because the city of Dundee has very strange city limits. It's the only city I've ever worked in. The city limits are bigger than the urban growth boundary.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of a weird thing there. And they have the whole section down on the Riverside area that has not been rezoned. And I would expect that to be rezoned at a specific time in there. But are we looking at something in the next 5 years? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Is my guess, because we have water issues and other issues that would need to be addressed before that, I think, gets developed. And so we're in the process of addressing those issues, but the long answer is yes, but not soon.
Okay. And just to clarify, any rezoning that was within that 1,000 feet would have no effect on this. The 1,000 feet would supersede any rezoning.
Oh, yeah, the 1,000 feet is in place now. And so you could rezone it industrial. I mean, if you look at within the school district, you have that pink area. So theoretically, you could have a place in there, but it's within 1,000 feet of the school. So that is not allowed at all. So that's not going to change that part of it at all.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I got a question. So are you being required to provide these facilities? I guess I'm confused because in here it says the city of Dundee placed measure 36-219 on the November 2020 ballot for a temporary ban on manufacturer and service centers, which passed. So where are we now? I guess I'm confused. Does measure 109 require you to provide this, or because it says here, measure 109 allowed cities and counties to place referendums on local ballots to prohibit or allow psilocybin product manufacturer or psilocybin service centers.
Okay. What happened there is, again, I'll use Newburgh as an example. Newburgh put on their ballot to ban psilocybin, and it passed. And so you cannot have a psilocybin clinic within Newburgh. The city of Dundee overall voted for it. So this city council of Dundee decided we don't want to ban it because the majority of the people within Dundee requested it, voted for it, but we don't know what the rules are right now. And we'd rather put a delay into the situation and develop the rules and make sure the state has developed rules. And so where we are in the process is the state has developed the rules and the city is now developing rules specifically for psilocybin because based on what the state has done. So we wanted to know what the state was going to do, what consistency the state was going to happen before we created our rules. And the reason we did that, and that is because when they passed the marijuana law, everyone was trying to figure out what the rules were before the state figured out what the rules are. And the state in their process in figuring out the rules for the marijuana changed it so often. I got emails weekly for a while, basically saying it has to be 1,000 feet from a school. Okay, what does that mean? Is 1,000 feet from the school, the property line? Is it 1,000 feet from the doorway? Is it 1,000 feet from the center of the property? All that changed within a 3-month period. One time it was like, oh, you can't have two marijuana shops within a shopping center. And all of a sudden, well, they're more than 1,000 feet from each other, so therefore you can have two marijuana shops in the shopping theater. I didn't want to deal with any of that, misunderstandings and people making investments and changing things for this. So we put a delay on, starting psilocybin or allowing psilocybin to operate within the city of Dundee until the rules were made. And we are in the final processes of creating the rules for psilocybin.
Yeah, no, I thank you for that. I guess I'm confused because you keep saying that the Dundee voters voted to allow it. But in the packet, it says that they, in November 2022, they voted to ban it.
A temporary ban
Uh-huh.
for it. A 2-year.
So that
delay
temporary,
in
okay, so the temporary ban has,
is going to end at the end of this year.
okay. And so will then it go back to the voters or it'll
No,
just
we'll
be in
have created
effect?
the rules for it.
Okay,
We're in the final process of creating the rules. We will have the rules created and approved, hopefully by the city council, knock on fake wood, by November.
okay,
And so when that happens, then, if someone wanted to come in and put a psilocybin clinic in there, I'm betting they probably won't, because I don't think they'll draw enough people in there. And they could do that. But my thing was, I just want to make sure the rules were there.
Mhm.
And so when the rules are there, then, we can go in and do that. And the temporary ban will have gone away.
okay.
I really appreciate you being here, and I think that you laid it out really well. I think that based on the fact that it's not a dispensary, that we're talking about a healthcare facility, and that I don't see how this would have any effect on children gaining any access to psilocybin. I appreciate you laying this out and letting us know, but I think that it's clear that there's no comment needed from us.
So is that your motion that it's been number 2 reviewed and no comment?
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve with no comment.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, I'm gonna ask for the vote then.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart abstain.
Saul Allen, aye.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And just so the record reflects, we had 5 votes in favor of the motion and 1 abstain. So thank you very much for coming tonight. Okay. We already did Scott thing. We voted on Scott's. Right, okay. Okay, so you're up next. No, Dr. Radich, you're up next for appoint the real estate attorney.
Thank you.
Hmm?
On July 9th, the board made a series of appointments for legal counsel for a variety of areas. However, we did not include the real estate legal counsel. So this time I'm asking the board's approval to list Christopher M. Walter from Dunn Carney as our real estate counsel for the 24-25 school year.
And before I request a motion on that, I'd like to declare a potential, not likely, but a potential conflict, so I will not be voting on this issue.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors amend the July 9th, 2024 legal counsel appointments and appoint Christopher M. Walters Dundee Carney as real estate counsel for the 2024-25 school year.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll go through the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Do I abstain?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah,
Like, cause abstain's sort of a weird.
Potential conflict, you could still vote.
Okay, well, I'm gonna vote then. Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Robert D. Hart, aye.
Saul Allen, I.
And we have a unanimous vote. Thank you. Okay, I'm so glad you're here. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. This one I am gonna, well. Actually, Paula, before you get started, a community member did point out that on background, August 30th was the date that we said we met with Will Worthy, but that wasn't the 30th.
Oh, my.
Before we start, can we take a 5-minute break?
We are going to take a 5-minute break. Sounds good. Thank you.
Good catch.
I'd like to thank Julia for that catch. Over all my Tiffany for the amazing treats. Very much appreciate it. That's like, we love that volunteer support. But it is 8:35 and we all want to go home tonight. So we are going to get started. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, do we have a teacher in the room who could get these people? It used to be. Oh, yeah. Oh, I have a gavel. I'm calling this order back, the meeting back to session. Okay. Dr. Radish.
Thank you. I see. Thank you to the person who pointed out my error, because August 30th isn't here yet, so we could not have met on August 30th. But anyway, I think it was June.
It was a Friday.
It was a Friday.
It's Friday.
Chair Burgess and I met with Will Worthy, the city manager of Newburgh. And a year ago, the school district signed a 5-year agreement with the city of Newburgh to provide 2 school resource officers, vehicle maintenance and fueling. So I contacted Will before that meeting to indicate that due to our dire financial situation, the district would be unable to fund the cost of one of the school resource officers. The agreement is that the city pays for one and the district pays for the other. Will was very gracious about the conversation, and there isn't a process in the intergovernmental agreement for the district to amend the agreement. And he was amenable to that amendment. So the discussion is that we'd like to amend the agreement. The city will continue to fund not one, but the 2 resource officers for this coming year. However, the downside for the district would be that the fueling for the buses would not be the same as it's been in the past. I did get another email from Will today indicating that the cost would be about 50 cents more, I think, per gallon than it was last year. And it's difficult to assess the actual cost because, as you know, the fuel rates continue to rise and fall pretty much every few weeks. The other item that would be stopped would be the vehicle maintenance. We don't own a great number of vehicles, so I don't know if that's a huge issue for us. The other thing that I had talked to Mr. Worthy about was that the district would try to seek grant funds to offset the cost of the second officer, and we would do that this year. We would look for safety grants, and we do have a lead on a couple that we might be able to secure, and that would help the city recover their costs and get us back on even keel. The board would need to address this matter again. I would recommend you do that in the spring. So this evening, I'm asking for your approval to amend this agreement, and with the understanding that the city manager is also in agreement with this amendment.
Ready for a motion? Move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the proposed amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between the Newburgh School District 29J and the City of Newburgh, that the current IGA and funding relationship for 2 school resource officers be put on hold until May of 2025 to allow the district's finances to stabilize and begin to recover, and that to assist the school district in its time of need, the City of Newburgh assume the cost of 2 resource officers for 2024-2025 and not lay off any officers until such time as a new agreement can be renegotiated.
Second.
Any discussion? Just point out a very gracious thank you to Will for bringing this forward. Okay.
I guess I do have one question. So the vehicle maintenance of the current vehicles, all are,
I think they're primarily maintenance vehicles, I believe.
and so where's that going to be done now?
I don't know.
And so why did they get rid of that part of it?
I don't know all the thinking that Will had going into that part of it. I don't know if it was discussions with his folks. Obviously, if they're paying for 2 resource officers, that's a considerable amount of load. So this might have been one of the savings that they figured it could be an offset. I'm not privy to his discussions with his counselors. But I think it's not a huge cost for us. And there are other places we could service vehicles, but as I said, we have so few of them. I'm not overly concerned about it.
Yeah, I guess I was just getting at, how does this and the increase in fuel costs affect the budget?
Well, the good news is, as you're probably aware, the transportation is reimbursed by the state 70%. So the offset is not going to be as much as you would think because of the transportation grant. So I also think that if we work really hard and can get a grant to underwrite one of these positions, we may be able to get back to status quo sooner than the next year. That would be my goal anyway, to see if we can't come up with something.
Thanks.
So we have a first and a second. And can we do a vote on that?
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deborah Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
Okay, motion passed unanimously. And Dr. Radish, I presume you'll follow up with Will.
Try to do these quickly. You'll have 5 employment agreements that need to review with you this evening to get some approval. First one is the Newburgh Education Association, and that represents our licensed staff, including classroom teachers, occupational therapists, and so forth. And the district began bargaining back in actually February and March of 24 with the Newburgh Education Association, and those meetings continued on for about 2 or 3 months, about twice a week, until such time as the budget deficit was discovered, and then those meetings stopped. They were collective bargaining discussions. Early on in the negotiations, the district put forward a proposal for a 4% cost of living increase. As the budget was rolled up through Jackie Olson, Etta Wasbo, and the 4% was actually included in the budget. So the terms of the agreement for the Newburgh Education Association is that the duration of the contract would be for 1 year, that the cost of a living adjustment would be 4.5%, with the understanding that 4% is already in the budget. The 1/2 of 1% is what we needed to get the 8th day for the furlough days. So in addition, so the association is giving the 8 furlough days, and the change in insurance is the same across all employee groups. It's an additional $50 a month. So I'm seeking approval. There were also, the district had opened up about 25, there are 30 articles in that bargaining agreement. The district at one time had opened up about 25 of those. Thankfully, with the collaboration of the association, we were able to narrow that down, and we reached agreement on all the language articles. So I would ask for the board's ratification. The Newburgh Education Association has ratified this contract.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors ratify the 2024-2025 collective bargaining agreement between Newburgh School District 29J and the Newburgh Education Association as presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to say thank you to the NEA, the Newburgh Education Association, because even though there are raises with 8 furlough days, it still doesn't, it comes out as a cut. And their cooperation in this time of crisis is appreciated.
Okay, we ready to vote? All right.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The second is a memorandum of understanding between the Oregon School Employees Association, Chapter 17, and the Newburgh School District. The Oregon School Employees Association represents our classified workers, including secretaries, cooks, custodians, education assistants, maintenance and ground staff, playground aides, and so forth. The OSCA has an active contract. Their contract was negotiated and does not really expire until the year 2026. So our discussions with them were more limited as we didn't have all these articles open for further conversation. So The association has agreed to 8 furlough days. When they negotiated their contract for this year, the district gave them some time ago a 3.5% cost of living. That amount has been rolled up into the budget, is already in the budget, so it's not additional, it's not new money. In addition to that, as we had a conversation with the association, we have some members who have topped out on the salary schedule. So the agreement was that we would add one more step for 1 year only for that group of employees. And I think there's about 54 who are eligible for that. And that was in lieu of actually adding another 1% across the board. So it did save us about $35,000 in doing that. So at this time, I'd request the board ratification for this memorandum of understanding.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors ratify the memorandum of understanding between the Newburgh School District 29J and the Oregon School Employees Association, Chapter 17, as presented.
Second. Any discussion?
Just once again, thank you for their agreeing to the furlough days. It is a sacrifice on their part, and we know they do it because they care about students.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Dehart, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. This next one is for approval of a memorandum of understanding between Administrators 1 and the Newburgh School District 29J. Administrators 1 represent the directors of the school district. And frankly, after all the reductions in force, we probably are left with 2 people in that unit. They're not a union. Technically they're licensed employees, and we consult, confer, and discuss their terms of their agreement. So they really have an agreement. They've are also have the 8 furlough days. They're eligible for a step increase. Those who are eligible will get a 1.5% cost of living adjustment, and those who are at the top, who are maxed out, would get a 2%. They have the same benefit arrangement as the other groups would, and there is no proposed language changes at this time.
Just out of curiosity, is this group not, I want to say the correct verbiage is Me Too'd into the CBA for?
They are.
They are.
However, when we rolled the budget, we gave them 0. And I felt, in all fairness to this group, I had to do something. So if they get a step increase and like a 1.5% cost of living, it gets them up around 4%, which is somewhat equal. There are people that are topped out. This particular group, that's not the case, because there's really only about two people left in that group, I think. The next group are the principals and assistants, and you'll see a similar pattern there. It's a really difficult conversation because these are not represented groups. They're very good employees, they're excellent people. But I have felt all along that administrators need to lead the way in this district. And I think we need to be the first to say that we're going to do this, but we also understand sometimes our sacrifice needs to be a little bit more.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the memorandum of understanding between Newburgh School District 29J and Administrators 1 as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Dehart, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
This next one is administrators 2. And again, these are principals and assistant principals and coordinators, are about 16 or so individuals represented in this particular group. And it's basically the same proposal, a 1.5% cost of living adjustment if they are eligible for a step increase. And then if they're not, and they're at the top, an additional 2% cost of living. And I might mention that those at the top in this particular group have a 2% longevity stipend. So if you add the 2% longevity, which they're entitled to anyway, plus the 2% cost of living, that gives them the 4%.
And I just want to confirm it, this one, the step increase is supposed to be only for 0.5% COLA compared to the 1.5 on, or am I looking at the wrong
I
one?
think you're looking.
I'm sorry.
Yep, you're looking at a different one, I think. Oh, you're looking at, yeah, you're looking at the confidential.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the memorandum of understanding between the Newburgh School District 29J and Administrator 2 as presented.
Second.
Further discussion? James seconded. Okay, call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, I.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Dehart, aye.
Saul Allen, I.
Motion carries.
I'm going to ask to defer this next one because I need to check with Jen. I think I have something incorrect on this sheet. I want you to look at this before I. Yeah. So if we could, if you don't mind, if the board is willing to go on, can you
Just take a second.
I'm sorry, I'm the confused one. She's fine.
Okay, perfect.
This is the confidential supervisory professional technical employees. These are again, not represented by an association. They're at-will employees. And there's about 11 people maybe left in this group after all our reduction in force. So these members, if they're eligible for a step increase, would get a 0.5% cost of living adjustment, which brings it to 4% total. And if they're not eligible, they have, I think, a longevity stipend, so they'd get an additional 2% cost of living. And the same with the insurance and so forth, and the 8 furlough days.
Is there a reason on this one that
It's just how the math worked out. The step increases are not the same across the groups. Some get 2.5% as a step increase, some will get 3.5. So I just try to, whatever would get to the total of 4.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the memorandum of understanding between the Newburgh School District 29J and the confidential supervisor professional technical employee group as presented.
second?
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, I.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Dehart, aye.
Saul Allen, I.
Motion carries unanimously.
So this, are you ready for the next one? Yep. Okay, the next one is the furlough day memorandum of understanding between the Newburgh Education Association and the district. And basically what it spells out is what is a furlough day. And technically it's a time when the entire district is closed. The only exception would be if the superintendent, for example, indicated that a maintenance person needed to be present for some reason, or we were talking, let's say it's payroll time and the payroll clerk needed to be at work. The idea, though, is that they would take their furlough day at a different time, but it would be very minimal. I've not ever encountered that before where I've had to call somebody, and we've had furlough days before, but there's always a possibility.
Okay.
So this memorandum basically just memorializes the association's agreement with the district and describes what a furlough day is.
If there are groups outside of the district, I'm thinking like a private sports club that is using our fields or facilities, do they have access to those on a furlough day?
It's a great question. We've talked about coaching on furlough days. And I think the agreement was that yes, if the sports teams had a competition, we would. We haven't really talked about outside groups, so I'm really glad you asked. I don't know the answer to that, though.
Yeah, and
We'll check into that.
right, because we wouldn't want students to miss out on athletic opportunities because of a furlough day.
Right, and
If
that won't be with our current students. I thought maybe you were asking.
Well, both, yeah.
About other groups that are non-school groups using our facility. If if it's a furlough day and it's, let's say, a practice and it's a non-school group,
Right.
my suspicion is we probably wouldn't, and the calendar will be published. We would ask Mark Brown, primarily high school, but I know there's other groups and he would work with them to try to figure out, the best way to, we want students to be able to access facilities. But if we're closed for the day, we don't want to
Right.
be running boilers and systems just for a single group either.
So to clarify, school associated sports and coaching, we anticipate that that will continue on a
Yes,
furlough day,
yes.
and then we will investigate other groups and the agreement therein.
And there may be some times when it doesn't make sense to have a practice on a furlough day. If the
Yeah.
students aren't in school, maybe the practice isn't going to happen. I can't predict that for every team. And I suspect though, if there's a competition, we
Right.
did talk more about that than we did practices.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the memorandum of understanding between the Newburgh Education Association and Newburgh School District 29J regarding furlough days for 2024-2025 as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, I.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Diehart, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Elementary principals met with me last week. They had a request to consider a gradual kindergarten entry proposal. Their initial proposal was for more days out of school than I was comfortable with. So prior to this year, we had some grant funded jumpstart, which was about a week where kindergarten children would come and get acclimated to school. We did not have those grant funds this year. So the proposal currently is that kindergarten children, actually the week before school starts, teachers would have an optional opportunity to meet with parents. And they would be paid through a early literacy grant. And there's some focus they have to have on literacy in those conversations with parents. But these are not contract days for teachers, so they're not required to have these conferences. We do think many will want to, but it's not mandatory. So then what would happen then is after that week of meetings, then the kindergarten children, half of them would come one day and the other half the other. And then the third day of school, the entire group would come. So we just actually are asking your request for that proposal.
I have a few thoughts on this. I absolutely understand the necessity to do this. I know that Kindergarten Jumpstart has been very valuable for families, for kindergartners, for teachers. And I get that this is sort of, I think, the best option that we have available to us. I am concerned about getting this communicated really clearly. I know a lot of kindergarten families are new kindergarten families. And I think for families, on the proposed calendar that we will get to, this essentially means that a kindergartner that, that family was planning on their kindergartner attending school 4 days for the first week of school, and now that kindergartner will be attending school for 2 days. I have concerns about, working families and them getting care. I don't want that sentiment to dismiss how valuable I think this is. And I do think this is the best option. But any support that I can offer in communication or in helping to coordinate those efforts for caring for students, I offer.
Thank you. That would be greatly appreciated. And I think, I've had some conversation about some options for childcare for furlough days, plus probably for this event as well. And we can talk about that a little bit when we get to the calendar.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the kindergarten gradual entry proposal as recommended.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, I.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Diehart, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
So the next action item is the approval of the 24-25 revised academic calendar. And this particular calendar includes the 8 furlough days. I did ask Gillian Felizardo to do some calculation relative to student contact time and the state requirement under Division 22 standards. So I just wanted to share with the board that at grade, even with the 8 furlough days, at grade 12, we are still over the required dates, meet contact hours required by the state. Grades 9 to 11, we're short 1 hour. And we think we can figure that out. Grades 6 to 8, we are well past the required, so we're good there. K5, the state requires 900, we have 983 hours. One of the only other areas that needs attention, we are talking with folks at Catalyst. There's some work that needs to be done on their calendar. So this calendar was put together by a group of about 9 people, including representatives from the associations. After that group put this together, I did take this out to about 3 parents, tried to get different levels, parents who had children at different levels, to get some feedback. As you look at the calendar, the group tried to put these dates adjacent to a holiday period or times when the attendance rates were low, for example, the Monday following the Super Bowl. And then Friday is the day following Halloween. So those are typically low attendance days. And I think a lot of teachers would be kind of glad not to be seeing children on the day after Halloween. So, overall, I've had pretty good responses from about this calendar, other than Director Nichols and our conversation about our real concern for childcare. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So at this time, I'd like your approval so we can get this calendar out and parents can begin planning.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve the revised academic calendar for the 2024-2025 school year as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Diard, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
Okay, motion carries. Unanimous vote. Thank you. Nancy.
The next item is to appoint Director Wolfer as district real estate signee. And the reason I'm presenting this is because Deb Bridges might have a potential conflict. At the meeting in December 12th, 2023, the Newburgh Dundee School District unanimously declared Dundee Elementary as a surplus property. And they authorized the superintendent to take all necessary steps to sell the property. And we need to have someone who's available to sign the signatures probably within the next 4 months on the sale of that. We're working with we appointed a real estate lawyer earlier in this meeting. And so the recommendation, since Dr. Radish doesn't anticipate being long-term and will be going out to hire a longer-term interim, and we don't know who that is, that the recommendation is that James Wolfer be available to sign. And then if he, at a later date, when we have a long-term interim superintendent, that person could sign. So that's the recommendation. Any questions?
I'd just like to say that I may have a potential conflict for this and transaction, so.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District 29J Board of Directors adopt Resolution 2025-04, a resolution authorizing Director James Wolfer to serve as real estate signee for Newburgh School District 29J by title only.
I second.
Any further discussion? No, we'll call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Diard, aye.
Saul Allen, aye.
All right, so we already went over the complaints earlier, the 2 complaints from Ms. Wallace. And so we just need to have the board adopt resolutions 2025-05 and 06 by title only. Want to go ahead and make the motions? I'll, yeah.
Okay.
I can go ahead and make the motions. All right, so I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors adopt resolution 2025-05 concerning alleged public meetings law violation complaint dated August 3, 2024 by title only.
Second.
Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, I.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart abstain.
Saul Allen, I.
Okay, motion carries.
And then the second one, I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors adopt resolution 2025-06 concerning alleged public meetings law violation complaint number 2 dated August 3, 2024 by title only.
I second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, I.
Nancy Woodward, I.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart abstain.
Saul Allen, I.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, I was appointed to communicate with some folks to look into a consulting firm or some folks to help us with an interim search. And thank you to some recommendations. I reached out to Krista Parent at COSA, which is the Confederation of Oregon School Administrators. I spoke with Krista and she walked me through a proposal of which they would guide us through this next step and make sure that we're following all of the rules and regulations and help us with interviews and help guide us with questions and recruitment at no cost as a result of the COSA understanding our predicament. I then spoke with the Oregon School Board Association, who also had some really great suggestions. They do charge a fee, and so that would okay. So then there were 2 people who reached out to the school board that worked for firms, national firms, national search firms, and had some language about it was a much more expensive contract proposal. One we had used apparently when we recruited for Scott Linnenberger and for 5 principals in the district, which 4 principals in the district. I'm not sure the status of those principals. I think some of them are no longer with us or no longer employed by the school district. I have to be. So I am making a recommendation that we work with COSA and Krista Parent to manage the next stage of our interim search and recruitment and retention of an interim superintendent.
And clarify, this is the no cost option.
This is the no cost option. And it's not just about the no cost. COSA, they are the organization that supports and recruits and trains and superintendents. So they know exactly what we need. They know of some individuals in the state who have expressed an interest in Newburgh. And so I just feel like they bring a lot of resource and knowledge to the table. My conversation with OSBA was really good. I really enjoyed them. Nancy, Director Woodward and I have spent time with them at training. And they, I think, when we go for a longer term and much more engaged process, a longer term process, I think they would be great. So I don't want this to be a sort of a statement as to, my lack of faith in OSBA, but at what we need now, and the fact that there's no cost and their knowledge of folks who are ready to sort of step up I think is a good idea. So I'm asking that we engage Krista Parent through COSA to help us navigate the next couple months in finding a long-term interim superintendent.
What was the name?
COSA, COSA.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors approve COSA as the consultant to conduct the search for an interim superintendent as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious. Since the board removed Dr. Phillips from the superintendent position, why are we hiring an interim superintendent?
Because we will not have interim superintendent, Dr. Radich, for very much longer. And so we need a more long-term interim superintendent. Any further discussion? Okay, let's call for the vote.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Dehart, abstain.
Saul Allen, aye.
Great. So the motion carries, and I will reach out to Krista Parent tomorrow and start that process. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair Bridges. Have you guys talked about, now that you are moving forward with reaching out to a consultant, whether or not you want to delegate some of this work to your personnel committee so that it could move maybe a little more quickly? But
We had not had that conversation, but I would,
waiting for the full board. I mean, the full board would have to ultimately make the final decision, but the committee could do some of the legwork in terms of the screening, the setting, and making some of those decisions on behalf of the board if you were to delegate that, which would allow the search process to go a bit quicker.
so can we piggyback on this motion?
You could.
Or how would one do that within the legal confines?
I
of-
I guess I would recommend that a motion could be that you move to delegate to the personnel committee to work with COSA on the interim superintendent search and bring back recommended finalists.
For the public's clarity, could you confirm who is on the personnel committee, please?
The personnel committee is Director Woodward, Director Bridges, and Director Wolfer.
I only make the suggestion in an effort to know that we've got a fairly short window with our current interim. And in order to use an executive session process, there are a variety of steps that have to happen.
Well, and
in the way.
And I don't perceive that this is in any way that we would be doing this would be a full board interview process and an open to the public interview process. Is that how?
Yes. I mean, I think you've got to talk about, I think COSA could advise you as to
Okay.
whether or not candidates at an initial stage, it is not uncommon for candidates to potentially want some confidentiality, recognizing that when they become a finalist, it becomes a much more public
Right.
process.
So would the motion look something like delegating to the personnel committee to work with COSA to identify candidates to bring back to the full board? Something like that.
Something like that, although I would probably my recommendation would be that you should narrow it down a little bit for the board, not bring back every candidate. Does that make sense?
Identify
I mean,
final
like,
candidates or
identify a slate of final candidates. And it seriously is only a recommendation. You can make it whatever is comfortable for the board. I'm just thinking of, 6-8 weeks. It's a pretty quick turnaround.
Okay.
makes sense. Do you want me to do it?
Sure.
I move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors delegate to the Personnel Committee to work with COSA to identify a slate of final candidates to bring back to the full board.
I think I'd amend that to say a slide of final candidates for interim superintendent. Just for clarity.
Okay, add interim superintendent to that motion? Okay. Do we have a second?
You want me to read it again?
Do you want to read it again?
Move to delegate to, move that the Newburgh Dundee School District Board of Directors delegate to the Personnel Committee to work with COSA to identify a slate of final candidates for interim superintendent to bring back to the full board.
Second.
Any further questions or discussion? Sorry.
Yeah, I guess I would just hope that we could have an update meeting by meeting as it comes up on what's been going on.
Well, I think what when I talked with Krista, and I think this will be forthcoming, is that when I call her tomorrow, I think she's going to write up a little statement about the steps that she's going to take and how to engage the board. And that she could actually, through Dr. Radich, we could send it out to the whole board. So everybody knows what the process will be. We really want it to be transparent.
I'd
And,
appreciate that.
you know, that'd be great.
Yeah, and I would let her know that you've delegated to the personnel committee some of that work so she can build in a process that provides that crosswalk that Director Allen is requesting.
Great. Okay. We need to vote.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor DeHart abstain.
Saul Allen, I.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. I am both pleased and sad to present the next item, to approve the extension of Dr. Radich, the contract for Dr. Radich, interim superintendent. You know, when Dr. Radich said that she was not going to be here forever, sadly, this is the proof. But to be able to move forward and to, you know, have her leadership during this time of search for an interim superintendent, we're very blessed. So this document, Christine Nesbitt had created to extend Dr. Radich's contract to October 13th of 2024. And Dr. Radich has agreed to that. And if for some reason, you know, we have somebody in place before that time, we'll move that way. But this is the extension of the there's no fees, there's no cost, there's no compensation. So the terms are all similar except for the extension date.
I move that the Newburgh School District Board of Directors approve the agreement to extend the interim superintendent contract between Dr. Paula A. Radich and the governing board of Newburgh School District 29J of Yamhill County, Oregon from August 13, 2024 through the extension date of October 13, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote?
Yeah, I do
Sorry.
have a quick question.
Okay.
I guess I'm curious, and this probably goes to Lisa. My concern is that we're doing this right. Based on the OJEC training that we had on 7/24, I'm concerned that we haven't fulfilled all the requirements for chief executive officer, adopt hiring standards, criteria, and policy directives, and meetings open to the public where the public can comment. Vacancy has been advertised, procedures for hiring have been adopted. Public has had a chance to comment, and adopting hiring standards, criteria, and policy directives. Does that apply in this case?
No, it would not, because you've already made the decision to employ the interim superintendent. All you're doing is extending that employment for another 60 days.
But was that done at the initial one?
Well, first of all, I don't believe you ever conducted
See, I just don't want to make the mistake of repeating it if we made.
And we
mistakes
actually
before.
had a conversation about this when the complaint was submitted. I mean, you're raising the same exact issues that were raised by Becky Wallace in her complaint several months ago, which we dealt with. And
But that was before the OJEC training, I guess. is
Well,
my
but those regulations were in place at the time that we did that, and we did it with council,
Christine was here. Christine advised you on the interim process. When you look at the policies that exist, it reflects the interest or the idea that you are going to be filling a long-term, ongoing, regular employment process. What you've done in this case is responded to an emergency. It's not any different or to a temporary situation of facts that have put you in a situation where you needed an immediate response. As I explained when we talked about Miss Wallace's complaint, this isn't, in my mind, from a legal basis, any different than a teacher who potentially leaves in the middle of a school year and you fill it with a temporary or a substitute, and you don't go through a hiring process until you fill that with a permanent person who's going to be in an ongoing position. So given that I did not believe it was applicable at the time, all you're doing is extending the employment that already occurred. So, I mean, technically, Director DeHart, if the board committed a violation, which I don't believe they did, but if they were to have done that, it would have occurred at the time that the initial extension of the contract occurred, not when an extension of that contract existed.
And what might help, Director DeHart, is to go back and read the response to the complaint, initial complaint, and our response for that, which,
Yeah, I
you know,
know, I
laid
guess
out.
that was just before the OJEC training. It seemed like they brought up this specific case, and I know that I've watched the video twice and listened to it.
I'm not
Direct-
exactly sure how the Oregon Government Ethics Commission would have any, the only thing that they would have jurisdiction over is whether or not you met in an executive session inappropriately, or whether you met in a public session inappropriately, not to whether or not your policies were applied inaccurately or inappropriately. I mean, that would not be something they would have jurisdiction over. So the issue that the Oregon Government Ethics Commission would be whether or not our meeting process was conducted accurately, not whether our hiring processes were done appropriately. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
I mean,
I
they're
mean, you wouldn't wanna
focused
violate
more on your
either.
notice,
No, right.
your timing, the purpose of your session, whether people were allowed or not allowed properly, whether you the mechanics of your meeting is what they speak to, not to the
Mhm.
hiring process that we use.
There, Lisa Freely gave us a 5-page report on July 9th about this, and it outlined that we did we meet ORS requirements, and we submitted that actually to the Oregon Ethics Commission, and they have access to this.
And what did OJEC come back and say?
Have 60 days to decide. We just submitted it.
Hmm.
It would have been submitted by that Thursday or Friday. I think it's when I was notified that the district had submitted it. So it's only been 30 days.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think my just general thought process is without doing this, we would be in a crisis if we didn't have a interim superintendent going forward from today. That would cause serious issues for the district.
Well, legally by law, you have to have somebody sitting in that chair that has the authority to sign all of the paperwork that requires a superintendent's license.
And Director DeHart, I think it's, I appreciate the questions because we don't want to find ourselves in violation. What COSA will do for us for this next phase is dotting all the i's and crossing all the t's and making sure, because those are different. That's a little bit of different circumstances. So.
Yeah, I guess my other concern, and I've kind of felt, and sorry I didn't bring this stuff up earlier. But sometimes I just ruminate on things and something's bothering you, but you don't know what it is. But I did reach out to Steve and asked him if he had assigned anybody according to policy CI, temp admin arrangements. And he said that he assigned Scott Linenberger in a meeting on what was it, June 10th, before he went on admin leave. And that Nancy, Director Woodward, and the secretary were in there, and she confirmed that. And so I guess I'm confused if he had assigned somebody at that time, namely the assistant superintendent, why that wasn't honored.
He did not. I never heard him say Dr. Lindenberg's. He told me right before the budget meeting on June 9th that he was going to go out on leave. And yes, the administrative secretary was in the room. And he said he would be at the budget meeting, but he would be at the board meeting on June 10th. He would be out on leave. And so on that day, then after I thought he was coming to the budget meeting, the secretary came to me and said he's leaving. He's not going to be at the budget meeting. And that was the last contact I ever had with him. Dr. Phillips never said to me he was appointing an interim of Mr. Lindenberger. And that sounds like it's going to be he said, she said, but I can say with total confidence that I never was reported of that.
Well, I guess I'd talked to the secretary and she confirmed it. I guess the other thing is policy CI.
On June 10th, he wasn't in the office. He was on leave.
I thought it was June 11th, June 9th, June 10th, he was in the office, June 11th, he left and you voted in, or maybe it was June 11th, you voted in Dr. Radich. But I guess the other thing is, if the super is unavailable to serve because they are disabled or for some other reason, the board shall assign a super duties as appropriate. And I guess my question is, was he disabled? Was there any reason why you couldn't reach out to him as to what his wishes were for filling in the assistant superintendent?
Actually, legally, once an employee goes out on family leave, you're not allowed to have contact with them about work-related issues. So in other words, I can't reach out to an employee on family leave and ask them to either conduct any work or engage in any work-related issues. So, I mean, they could reach out to us and ask questions, but we are not, the Bureau of Labor and Industries frowns pretty heavily on, because the employee's supposed to be on leave. They're out for medically based reasons, and you're supposed to allow them to have the time to deal with whatever medical condition they're dealing with.
Okay.
I believe.
But during that meeting, when he said he was going to be going on medical leave, did you?
Didn't even say he was going on medical leave. He says, I am taking leave.
Okay. Did you ask him who he wanted to fill in for?
No, I did not ask him.
I'm going to interject just a little bit because I worry that we're getting a little off topic for the motion, because the motion speaks to extending the contract. And I'm a little concerned we're talking about personnel related issues that are not necessarily like what an employee's request was or wasn't. That really is, I'm concerned about the confidentiality of some of this conversation, right? In terms of what Dr. Phillips may or may not shared about why he was leaving or what the conditions were and those kinds of things. So it has been represented that there was no delegation made. There's nothing under the policy that would require an affirmative duty on the part of the board to seek a delegation from the superintendent. And we have to operate on that. If it's found to not be accurate at a later date, then we will deal with the consequences of that at a later date. But that is the information that we have at this point. And I think we just have to move forward.
Yeah, and this has nothing, no reflect on you, Dr. Radich. I just want, my concern is with all the legal stuff that we've gone through, looking back, that we're not going down a path that's going to put us in jeopardy of continued legal implications or financial burdens.
With that, I get why you were doing it, Director DeHart, but the fact that you reached out to Dr. Phillips and to the secretary while they're on leave could open us up to liability. Like we can't be reaching out to them if they're on leave. and
Yeah,
for-
sorry, I misspoke. He reached out to me.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we have a motion and a second on the table, and we're
Oh, no.
in discussion. And it feels like this discussion is not, we should not be having this discussion at this time. That fair? Okay. Are there any further discussions?
Any discussion should focus solely on whether or not we're extending this contract as presented.
Thank you.
I moved that the Newburgh School District.
We've already got that,
Okay,
so I'm calling
okay.
for the vote.
Okay, good. Okay.
Aubrey Nichols, aye.
Nancy Woodward, aye.
Deb Bridges, aye.
James Wolfer, aye.
Trevor Dehart, aye.
Stahl Allen, aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula. for
Okay,
still-
thank you. Okay, great meeting, folks, but we're not finished
Thank you,
because this is
Dr.
the fun time. This is the fun time. We are gonna get board and student representative and superintendent comments at this time. And I think what we'll do is, Saul, if you don't mind starting, we'll kind of go around, and that way it'll give you an opportunity to see. Were you here last time when we did comments? Perfect. You'll get a sense of how we do it and see if you want to comment, and then we'll end the evening with Dr. Radich. So.
I am very excited to be on the finance committee. I think that there's gonna be some awesome stuff that goes on there. Planning on enjoying the end of summer vacation, and big thank you to everybody who's been involved in all of these CBA and memorandums with all these groups. Thank you all so much for dealing with the hardships at this time to make sure that school is gonna open for our kids coming up. So just very, very grateful, and I hope that everyone can enjoy the last couple weeks of summer.
Yeah, no comment tonight.
First want to thank the community. There's been a lot of people, a lot of good news through this bad, as Dr. Ryder said, adversity gives us opportunities. There's a lot of people that stepped up. I'm not going to be able to name everyone, but first, Dr. Radish, thank you so much for what you've given us the last 60 days and moving forward. The leadership, it's been amazing. Thank you so much to Claudia Stewart, Leslie Carsley, Galen Jacobson, Claire Hertz, the numerous others from the community who stepped forward for the finance committee, those who've served on the budget committee. So many people have reached out to volunteer for different things, volunteer their services. We've got retirees, we've got people emailing, asking to be put to work. I know people have reached out asking if they can do landscaping. It's just really amazing to see that the majority of this community really wants to see this succeed. You know, all of us we've all talked about it. We're all doing this for free. We want to do this for the kids, and it's just great to see so many people do that. Only want to briefly talk about it just because we've had to deal with it again tonight. While the majority of people are obviously stepping forward, and that's so great, there is definitely a few that, and specifically tonight, we keep dealing with frivolous complaints. I'm just going to call it is. They're frivolous complaints. We literally had a complaint about a complaint tonight, and that's disgusting. I'm disgusted by it. We have people, I was going to be nicer, but I'm not. This is someone who's gone out of their way to be a journalist, to create news so they can report on news. It's like a firefighter setting fires so that they can be the hero. And it's frustrating. I want to move forward. I want to help fix this budget. There's lots of things we've discussed. Other school districts are moving beyond this and discussing cell phone bans and things that can help kids. And we can't even get to that because we're dealing with Becky Wallace's complaints. So it's really frustrating. I'm glad that it's only one or two people, but it's got to stop. I mean, this is not about accountability anymore. This is about a grudge for, I don't even know why, but it's frustrating. But on the good part of that, I'm just really glad to see that that is a minority. We have the majority of people have really stepped up, and it's been really great to see. And I just really hope that as we move out of crisis mode and get a long-term interim superintendent and we get a full-time superintendent and we move forward and we have, some of us rotating in and out of these positions, that we just really get the focus back on the kids. And I really am heartened to see that that is the direction we're moving. And I just really want to thank the community and glad that we're going to move forward as a community together. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad I'm following you because I've got show and tell. Now, what I'd love to know is that I could find $14 million at Fred Meyer this afternoon, but I am taking the Claudia Stewart School Supply Challenge. I have tissues. I have copy paper. I have college. What are these? Notebooks, but they have to be college rule. I have pens. I have erasers. I have 24 crayons, color of kindness. I have number 2 pencils and I have glue sticks. This is a way that Claudia, I saw your email today. And I love you. And so I ran over to Freddie's before the meeting so I could be dramatic. You're welcome. That is my comment. Anybody can get a bag of supplies. It was about $20.
Thank you. I want to say it was a privilege to attend the rededication ceremony for the Chehalis Valley Middle School Japanese Garden of Friendship and the Hiroshima Survivor Tree on August 6th this last week. And so thank you to former Newburgh School Board member Bob Woodruff for advocating to revive the garden this year. It was impressive to see the students and the leaders from the Wadayama Junior High School in Japan who came to Newburgh to learn about American culture. The Chehalis Valley Middle School students who had gone to Japan this year were there to attend the rededication ceremony. So thank you to the teachers and the leaders at Chehalis Valley Middle School who volunteered their time to promote this exchange program between schools so students can have such a rich cultural experience. On a more serious note, in the past few weeks, board members have received letters from citizens about the current financial situation the school district is addressing. It is good to learn about the intense opinions and feelings that are reflected in the letters that we have received. Some concerns expressed are simply not based in facts. The major fact is that the school district has had a budget deficit over $12 million. This has forced very difficult decisions to be made, and I think we can all agree that it's really not good to have fewer school days for students. I am very sorry for the teachers and staff members who have lost jobs due to the budget deficit. But I am confident that all the teachers and staff who are still employed will be greeting students on the first day of school and will give students the very best possible education this year. These employees are taking salary cuts, but they still show up and work positively to impact all students. And I want to give a huge thank you to Dr. Paula Radish for her leadership during this stressful time. Her leadership has brought confidence to employees, parents, and citizens. Dr. Radish would never want to be in the spotlight, but she has given endless hours to guide the school district through this difficult time. She has done it with limited staff due to employees taking leave time. Volunteers Leslie Carsley and Claudia Stewart have also given their time and expertise to the school district, among others, and so we thank them. Unfortunately, there's still division in the community and on the school board. I feel extremely sad about this. However, I do have hope that everyone in this community can work together for the good of our children. Each student who attends school in the Newburgh-Dundee School District deserves the opportunity to reach their full potential. For this purpose, we can become a we community, and we can honor learning and education so that every student is celebrated and valued.
Thank you so much. I think that it is clear from our board comments tonight that there's a lot of emotion in this, and we are experiencing all of them together. I want to express my continued gratitude. As many of you have said, there's a lot of people that are giving their hearts and souls to rebuilding this district, and it's going to take a long time, and we're going to keep doing it. I think it is exceptionally easy to focus on the negativity and misinformation that is happening in our town. And I hope that instead of focusing on that negativity, people can instead focus on the absolute magic that our educators will take on in the next couple of weeks, preparing classrooms, Some of those classrooms are in new schools and new grade levels for teachers that learned of new reassignments recently. And I'm just confident that regardless of those challenges, our educators are going to create a really wonderful year for our students. My goals between now and the next school board meeting is to focus a bit more on the calendar, those furlough days, and coming up with some solutions for childcare for working families. By the next school board meeting, we will be in the second week of school, and I want to wish all students a healthy and joyful first day of school.
You have to turn on your microphone if you're going to say something.
I did hear everyone's comments. I still have a question. What exactly can a comment be? Okay.
Just sort of talk about, maybe looking forward. Sorry, excitement for what you're doing, maybe some student things that you've been working on or things that you hope to accomplish in the next school year.
Okay. I was very excited to get to be here today. It was my first meeting and it was really nice to sit in and get to hear firsthand some of the things that are going on in our school. For the future, I do hope to hear what the plan is going forward with the furlough days and how we're going to address material and how that's going to get fit in so that kids are still able to retain and take the information that's being said and that it's not just being crammed into the minds of students. But I also just can't wait to see how this year is going to go and how we're going to improve this year for me, my peers, and a lot of the students that are younger than me.
Fabulous. Thank you. Would you like to close this out? Do you have any closing comments or ring a bell or something?
Probably close to being about done here, but I want to thank Kylene very much for sitting in this evening and for all her incredible, I think she cut down 3 trees to make your board packets tonight. I'd also like to thank Lisa and Mike for joining us this evening. It's great having you here and appreciate your guidance. Thank you very much. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to serve. And Leslie and Claudia and I, we call ourselves the surplus sisters now. But we also know the surplus sales about done. So I guess just to say to you that as I've talked with Leslie and Claudia about this experience about returning, it's been rewarding for us more than I think I could tell you. I think I told you that I love this place. I was here for 13 years. It's a school family, and while a number of people have left, I have been energized by the new people I've met, the dedication, the folks stepping up despite really difficult times and looking forward. And my goal is, as long as I'm here, is to continue to look forward. I do not want to dwell on the negativity of the past, and we have got to protect our children from that negativity and protect our schools and our staff. I wish our community could understand how critical it is that we come together for our children. This divisiveness is pulling our community apart and it's driving people out of our community. It's sad when I meet with parents who want to leave because there's so much good here. And I think it's time for us to talk about that good and the dedication, the rededication we have. So during the next 60 days or whatever days that I have remaining, I promise to you that I will do my best to move us forward, but also to let you know that it's all right to say to me when something's not going well. We do need to hear that feedback. It's not all perfect. We know that. But I want to thank you for the opportunity. I think Claudia and Leslie would probably tell you the same. The surplus sisters are kind of revived a little bit, but I'm frankly looking forward to spending some time with my family. So thank you.
That's it. My microphone won't even turn on. Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming.